It's 6:31 on Wednesday, January 21st. This is the Montpelier-Roxbury Board of School Directors meeting. And our first order of business is public comment, a chance for the board to hear from the public about items that might be on the agenda or just in general, things that are going well or need addressing in our schools. And this is a chance for the board to listen. We don't engage with the public during public comment. And we'll give folks a chance, if they're in the room, to provide public comment, to go first. And then if you are online and interested in submitting or offering public comment, just use the raised hand function at the bottom of your Zoom screen. It should be able to see it there in the menu of options. And then we'll be able to pull you out of the viewer status and into panelist status so we can hear from you. But we'll start with folks in the room.
Hey folks, Jim Eikenberry, Montpelier resident. Got a little break in my coaching, so thought I'd swing by, see how guys are doing. Appreciate the emails and everybody showing some love for the indoor track team. So we really appreciate that and the support, and their success is, I think, part of the success of our school and being an awesome and welcoming place for our students, which, as I've gotten a little bit on the inside, it feels really good. And I'm proud of what we're creating for everybody. I'm a little surprised as I look at our demographic transition. I looked at the slides you sent me, Mia, and I was like, surely we must have a rebound in population in 5 years. And it doesn't look like it. It looks like we're just going to keep slowly going down 1%, 2%. I'm really worried about that because what we have is an awesome learning experience. And we have a great thing to offer, and yet we are going to be diminishing the number of people we can offer it to, which is going to impact budgets. I feel like I've sat in enough of these for the past 4 years where we just keep having the same conversation. So I want to talk about, can we get serious about revenue generation? And revenue generation, as I understand it for our school, is students, right? Every time we get an additional student, that's a good thing. If we get 15 students, then that's maybe equivalent to that teacher position. I don't know what this looks like, but knowing that we've had a slide and we're just projecting to keep losing people, how do we get people? Do we engage in serious negotiations with Twinfield and be like, hey, why don't we pay for buses and you all come over here? I'm guessing U32 is going to do that if we don't. So how about we scoop them? And what else can we do so that we keep having an awesome educational experience here? And if this is our only path to revenue, then we need to start getting exposure. Is it more exchange students? Is it maybe having a little flexibility on the current English proficiency requirements for exchange students? So let's figure it out and let's make it a high priority because I love our school. I'm super excited that my son's going to get to have the next 4 years here. But I really think that some kindergartner shouldn't have a diminished high school experience because we had such a decline in population that we had to keep letting people go or not filling positions until we're sort of a shell of what we are right now. So if there's a way to find a way to bring in more students and that's how we get the money in, great. Because I don't see other things changing. We have no control over healthcare costs. We don't know what the heck the legislature is going to do. I don't know if it's worth waiting on them. But so that's my concern, that we're going to lose the good thing we have sort of by a slow attrition, a death of 1,000 cuts. So I hope that something can be done there. I was a little bit extra inspired because I know there's supposed to be a tech center presentation tonight. They did not pass their bond to create a new facility. I don't know where that's going to lead them in the future, but my understanding is there are programs that don't necessarily require an auto shop or a room full of chainsaws and a woods full of chainsaws to use. Could we work intelligently with the tech center to fill some of our space with some of their students who might also be some of our students? And then we're helping again with income or not having to send as much money to them for their budget. Like, let's figure it out. But I really hope that that can be a priority. I'm really proud of you guys for the budget you're putting forward. I'm going to vote yes on it. I think it's hard. I think we still need to figure out how we can make things right for Roxbury if that's at all possible. and figure it out. But it's a responsible budget. It's still level funded. And we just we don't control over healthcare and other things. So, like, there's so much we can't fix. But if we can control the number of students coming in, man, let's figure it out. So that's a big push for me. The last thing, so I don't ramble all night and make you all run late. Windows. I hope that the bids come in good and that we can at least replace some of the windows, because I feel like that's been talked about for a long time. And like, let's do it. Let's use that fund balance, and then let's show success, and then hopefully squeak out a little more fund balance for more windows next year. And then, as always, happy to talk to y'all. Track and field, till you turn blue, and you all are potential recruitable track coaches. So if you're not already one right now, so appreciate it. Thanks.
Thanks, Jim.
Thanks, Jim.
Do we have anyone online interested in public comment?
Yes. Chris Parker, go ahead, Chris.
Hi, this is Chris Parker. My question is about something in the budget presentation tonight, and I didn't know if asking that now during public comment was the way to go, or waiting until that item later in the meeting was more appropriate.
We'll take it now. We'll take your question now. Thank you, Chris.
Okay, sure. My question is about slide number 31, which is FY27 budget expenditures by program. And my question is about the cuts that are listed, or the savings that are listed under student support, nurse guidance, social worker, speech, which is $56,204. And then the line item after that, staff support, library tech, curriculum, professional development, with a savings of $66,122.
Is your question just, where is that savings coming from?
Correct. If it's not a person or a program, how are we saving over $100,000 on those two line items? Because there's no notes in the comment section on that document for those two items. So I was hoping to get an explanation about those two things if possible.
Okay. Well, generally what we do is we take in the comments and questions, and then board members can ask those or like lift them back up during the discussion. So I think that's how I'd like to do it. Chris, I know that means that we're asking you to stick around for the full presentation of the budget, but I have a feeling you're going to do that anyway.
Okay, that sounds fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Yeah.
Any other folks online? Libby? Any
Oh,
other-
sorry. No, I thought you were talking to, I don't know who I thought you were talking to. No, Chris was the only one.
Okay.
Sorry.
All right, then. We will move on then to the consent agenda, which is the place where the board will move pretty pro forma items all at once to help us keep things moving on the agenda. So this is things like payroll and minutes from previous meetings, the superintendent's report, and of course, any board member can pull something off the consent agenda for discussion if they would like to. With that said, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? Bless you.
I'll move we approve the consent agenda.
Thanks, Jill. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, that's Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Any discussion? I just had one comment, which is that the minutes of the last board meeting reflect that Sam and Nora weren't here, but I do think they were. So if we could just make that amendment to reflect that they were present. That was my only note. Any other discussion or questions? Okay, hearing none. All those in favor of passing the consent agenda? Any opposed? Okay, well then let's roll right into our assessment overview from our winter data with Mike and Nick. Welcome, gentlemen.
Thank you.
Oh,
Unison, that was nice.
We'd like you to speak in stereo for the rest of the time.
So we will
be kind of straight to the point. I think you all have a pretty loaded agenda tonight, it sounds like, but we wanted to share with you all just a winter update on some academics and provide some results to VTCAP now that we're publicly able to do that. We've been kind of analyzing these results for months and months, it feels like. And so we've really been diving in, and we quickly kind of move from VTCAP into really quickly into like student level data. VTCAP is a nice point in time to understand how we're doing relative to state measures. And then, like I said, as leaders in the district, we kind of get together, we analyze this, we look at things left and right, but we very quickly get into, okay, what does this mean for the day-to-day for our student learning? So then we get into other assessments as well. We've also included some RIN-STAR updates in this report, which allow us to kind of show a little bit of what's happening more in the moment, and show a little bit of what's happening growth fall to winter in our assessments. So we've sent out the reports. The first piece here is really on the VTCAP. Some of our highlights you can see on kind of that first table of MRPS results and then state of Vermont results, and you can kind of see across all of our grades and the subjects that are tested where Montpelier-Roxbury Public Schools is sitting as far as proficiency and where the state of Vermont is sitting as far as proficiency. So happy to report that we're consistently outperforming state averages across all of our grades and all subjects. I think that's a pretty big highlight for this. Strongest performance is in English language arts, and our math proficiency is where we might see some of the closest gaps, but still outperforming state proficiency levels as well. And science proficiency has an average of 21 points above the state average across all of our grades that are tested for science. So I don't know if you've got anything there yet, Mike.
No, I think it's great. One of the challenges with the science component, we're happy with the results, and the span of the grades assessed is 5th, 8th, and 11th. So there's quite a period of time in between before you see a cohort result, which is something that's kind of challenging. We're keeping an eye on that and hoping to really dig into the science results once we have those cohort comparisons after we pass 4 years in between.
As we move forward in the next table, you can see results from 2024 to 2025, VTCAP, how we were year to year. I think most of the changes are within about 5%, which is kind of what we would expect to see up or down. It's kind of within that range of how is the test that year and what are the small changes. So I don't think in that 1 to 5% range, there's anything too dramatic there. There are a few areas to dial in on for sure, but overall you can see our year-to-year performance in that next table.
And just so that for folks who are watching at home, if you're able to get online, we're looking at the MRPS Winter Academic Board Report, which is in the materials on our website to support this meeting. So you can follow along at home.
Yeah, we want to stop and chat about VTCAP.
Oh, do you want to take it section by section? Sure. Folks have
okay.
questions
Yeah.
about the I guess basically the
See.
first pages 2 and 3 of the report.
Yeah, I was just wondering, you said the 1 to 5 is kind of like noise. When it changes, there's a couple pluses where it was like in the 11-12% range, plus or minus, and any things you take away from that in particular, or?
Yeah, so where we like that 11% is for the grade 3 English. And then we've got things like plus 12% grade 4 math, plus or 11 on grade 4 math, grade 5 ELA plus 12%, and then 7th grade math minus 11% in the performance. So it's definitely a piece that we've looked at. But we quickly get into also like our RIN-STAR assessments and other assessments happening in the classroom to find out what's going on. I think Mike could probably speak to like grade 4 math, because that's been a thing for VTCAP over the last couple of years.
Yeah, I think one important thing to note on this, it is informative and we do look at it, and it's not a cohort to cohort comparison. So we have to remember that the students in 2024 advanced to grade level. So that gives you a little bit more of a look at the cohort.
Right.
comparison. We've definitely had a heavy focus on math. In the last couple of years, we had a focus on math today. In our administrative team meeting, we're providing training in math across all grade levels. We're really digging into the math data. And what Nick and I have been talking about is it's really interesting to look at the math results at the state level in that grade 4 are lower than all other grade levels across the state. So that's a really interesting thing to think about. And we're still focusing in and trying to figure out how we can improve outcomes for students in that grade level and beyond. So we're doing a lot of great math work, and we filled our spring with professional development opportunities. As an administrative team, we're looking at math instruction across grade levels and how we can provide better feedback and support for educators in mathematics. The math educators themselves have been working very hard to dig in to new math resources that we mentioned the last time that we were here. So we're really cooking on all cylinders on how we can, dial in on math, and Nick's been really helpful with the data to kind of start to tell that story in different ways and parse it out. We have several hour-long geek out sessions trying to ask different questions and dig layers deeper from what we have to see how we can really hone in on what specifically could be going on.
Do we use VT cap in our, or do we reference the spring VT cap in our goals for growth?
I haven't pulled it up like recently, but I'm almost positive we do.
We wouldn't have at the board level, they might be in the continuous improvement plans at the school level. At the board level, we weren't aware of VT cap when we weren't using statewide,
Yeah,
the
but
statewide test when we set our priorities back in 2023. But
no,
it is,
You did,
oh, we did?
yeah,
Oh,
according to this document, you did.
well, that's probably it then.
By spring 2026, 85% of students will show proficiency in literacy, 85% and math. Spring 2026, or I guess we never decided on this.
Right,
Or MRPS will increase the proficiency level in literacy by 5% each consecutive year.
yeah. I think maybe it was implied that we were using statewide, but we didn't get explicit about it.
What do you mean by statewide? Like,
The VT cap is the statewide test. That's what I mean by statewide.
okay, yeah, so that particular test.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. And that's in our continuous improvement plan?
The one that Libby's looking at is actually the board priorities document with the indicators of success.
Okay. And in those, we're talking about like, district-wide statistics.
I think so. I think that's what we meant. Like 85% proficiency. I think we meant
Yeah,
like
it's
district-wide.
Scores.
Yeah. All students. Yep.
Cause these are all
Those are broken down by grade
by
level.
grade, but it looks, low 70s or like mid 70s maybe.
Mhm.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just trying to like, if we, figure out like, where we stand with respect to those goals.
Mhm.
That was the
Um,
district board goal.
Yes, that we set in 2023.
So 2023 VT cap is the baseline.
Yeah. Yeah, which was not VT cap. It was the other one.
SPEC.
Yeah.
And that's what I wanted to sort of circle back to, just for anyone at home, the test changed. And often when tests change, they may change again because they're sort of trying to nail it down a little bit, which is where maybe that fourth grade math question comes up. If it's sort of not timed right with most districts' curriculum, then there may be a little mismatch. But the numbers look really good, and they're much more valuable if they're across like a 10-year window or a much longer, it's such a broad view of what's going on. That's hard to like draw a lot of conclusions. It's nice to see higher scores than the state average, but as far as using it as a tool to measure how we're doing, it feels like it takes more time to really sort of pull out what's working and what needs more improvement, even though I think most things are improving.
I'm wondering if there's something in particular going on at the middle school, like if you change something that might have affected the scores, because that seems to be the area with the most declines compared to the previous year.
Yep, and most of those are in that 1 to 5% window, which is more of like a, what are they, not statistically significant,
relevant.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
It just stands out from the
Mhm.
other stuff.
Mhm.
Well, how long has this team been together?
Which team?
Your team? The administrative team?
Mike and I have been together forever.
But it goes back to, I mean, I think 2020, a little bit before, which 6 years brings me from first grade to sixth grade.
Nick and the rest have been here since 21. Yes, 4
Yeah.
years.
Yeah,
I was community liaison now.
right, different role. Mhm.
Yeah, so I mean, right to your point, like there's just so much context that goes behind every single number, which is why we look at this and we try to understand it pretty quickly over the summer as an admin team, we're unpacking it. And then we really quickly get into more granular data. We're a district of 1,200 kids, and it's really important that we're evaluating at the student level what's happening. And I think VTCAP results are helpful in the context of publicly what's happening, how do we easily understand something. But as far as like our practices and how we're moving forward, we very quickly get to more granular data and are looking everything down to like what the student's work was that day in a classroom to really understand impact. So the next piece around RINSTAR is like a next level, but it's a screening tool, but I think it can help us build part of the story of what's going on with our learners across the district. So I kind of have a lot of words on one page that provide a lot of context about what RINSTAR is and what RINSTAR is not. When we do the assessments, what the specific assessments are. And I pulled out just a few data highlights for RINSTAR reading, which is from RINSTAR reading when we're looking at things like student percentile rank. So that's how our students are doing compared to other students taking this assessment nationally. So when we're looking at the reading, the percentage of students at or above the benchmark is consistently high across all grades, really ranging from 79.63% all the way up to almost 92% above that benchmark, at or above that benchmark in sixth grade reading. Again, we're just kind of seeing really stable percentile performance. So when you're looking at the charts on the next page, you can see we've got average percentile rank at or above benchmark, which is like our district benchmark where we would hope to see students perform. The average percentile rank, again, is where they stand relative to their peers nationally. And the student growth percentage is really where, relative to their peers who scored similarly in the fall, how much did they grow as far as their individual scores? So those are kind of the metrics here. But when we're looking again at our RINSTAR reading, seeing high levels of that average percentile rank, really, and then the benchmark, again, the thing to note there is the sixth grade being almost 92% at or above benchmark. We also have our math results as well, where we're looking at 2/3 of our students are meeting or exceeding grade level benchmarks, and several grades are almost at 80% at or above. Similar to what we saw in VTCAP, where math, we saw closer gaps to the state, performance in RINSTAR and how students are doing in RINSTAR on their assessment, on their screener rather. I think there's opportunity there for us to unpack and learn a little bit more. We're looking at the growth percentage in particular. So it's just a more granular look at.
That's the far right column?
Yep, the SGP. That's just that more granular, how are we doing? How are we moving students rather than just defaulting to this overall score to say you are this or you aren't this? How are we actually moving students? How are students moving through and growing. So that's kind of what that is giving you there. And then we also gave some data for the early literacy, which is for our youngest learners. Really, it's looking at kindergarten, first and second grade. All kinds of context to add to that. Kindergarten, this was the first time they actually took the early literacy. And then second graders are phasing out of this into the reading. So those numbers are speaking to a smaller group.
Mhm. So I just want to make sure that I'm reading it correctly, like the reading chart, if that far right column, the growth column, it looks like across grade levels, our students grew either at the same rate and developed in their literacy, either at roughly the same rate or better than their peers who scored or the same as them in the fall.
Yeah, so same rate being like at about where 50%, like 50% grew less, 50%
Right.
grew more.
Right,
Yeah.
and then it's almost the reverse for math, where we grew at about the same or more slowly, I guess, like not less learning, of course, but less demonstration of learning in math. That's just, that's the way to interpret that far right column. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you add to that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting to look at it because when we talk about growth data, we can look at growth for students that are achieving as well as students that are not achieving.
Right.
And so it helps, it's an interesting metric for us to use to discuss how we're doing in addressing the student needs globally, versus achievement kind of leaves us off at here's the kids that are proficient, here's the number. And so it's a great exercise for us to use that to form discussions and take a look at things, and in particular like math. So we're looking at these growth rates and we're saying, okay, we're all using this new resource this year. Let's look at our pacing. Let's look at all these things and see if there's some logic or patterns in that growth rate that speak to what we're seeing. So it's really helpful.
The growth rates, are they compared to national?
Yeah, and it's not nationally just like kids in their grade, it's kids that scored about the same in the fall. So it's measured against like a cohort of kids that scored similarly in the fall. What was their growth rate to winter? So it's not like if you were in second grade, how much did you grow relative to all second graders? You're in second grade, how much did you grow relative to students that scored similarly to you in the fall in second grade?
Yeah. I mean, it feels to me like there's a math is not going as well as reading. Do you guys conclude the same, and do you have any insight on what's up?
We're not ready to go to that conclusion yet for a couple of reasons. One of the trends that we also see from past years of Ren Star is that the growth rate in the spring is much different. The growth to the spring from winter is much higher. So there could be some alignment with scope and sequence and how skills are introduced and built upon. Our mathematics curriculum is more cyclical, so the students come back to the concepts over and over and over again. That could be a component of it. Obviously, we want to see those numbers higher. And we're working to unpack that. That's why we're doing professional development. That's why we're looking to provide support for math educators. That's why the math educators are using a new common resource. This is the first year K through 12, we're all using the same mathematics resource. So we're hoping to see some response in these numbers, but be able to make clear connections to what we did to the outcomes of those numbers changing.
But like even in the VT cap above it, it's organized a little bit differently, but the math looks, quite a bit lower than English language arts.
Yeah, for the past 2 years, we've known that math needs to be a focus.
I think that's the reason do you remember we had the presentation from Mike and Amy earlier in the fall where they were talking about the different work that they did with different teachers to basically survey all of them to say what's working for you and what's not, and how can we make this go better? Because you identified.
Yeah, we did a whole
room for growth
district audit of what was going on, and we met with teachers, special educators, students. We talked to everyone, and it really helped guide where we went with the professional development that we're doing and the growth models that we're paying attention to. Yeah.
And the professional development is, you just started that this year, right? Or is that open source?
So we're doing a couple different layers of professional development. So we did some professional development in the summer that was very well attended. We have Amy Kimball, who is our district math coach, who provides coaching cycles for educators in K through 12. She's also a part of collaborative team meetings at the grade level or at the team level here at the high school. She's involved in a lot of the leadership components of the middle school. So she's ever present in all of that work across the district. And then in a month or so, we're starting what's called OGAP training, which is the ongoing assessment project, which is kind of the gold standard of mathematics training. We're doing that with our special educators, some of our special educators, and our math interventionists specifically, to provide them with the next layer of professional development. That's happening this spring. And then now we're in the works to plan curriculum trainings over the summer for this coming summer. And in the midst of that, we have all of the open up components that we're doing this year to support our K through 12 educators in that work. We are working with the administrative team to work on how do we provide high quality mathematics specific feedback and support to educators. How do we get better at knowing what high quality math instruction looks like in the classroom? So we're doing all of those things all of the time right now, and keeping our foot on the gas.
Did that answer your question? Did you have a question, Scott?
Looks like Tim beat me to the,
Go ahead.
all right.
I guess it seems like there's like math is kind of like a Vermont problem, and you know there's some challenges here. I guess if you were to look, or can you look at the SGP data from like other schools, comparable schools in Vermont, and see is like, are we seeing similar things across the state, or are we struggling a little bit more here, or doing a little better here as compared to peers?
Here's what we can't necessarily look at other schools' scores in RenStar, but a lot of our regional group of curriculum directors utilize RenStar, and they have come to us to see what we're doing to get the results that we're getting.
Okay.
So I think, and that's very informal, just
That's
in the
encouraging.
regional group, but I think we're doing a lot right to address this, and we're hoping obviously to see some change. And like you said, there's obviously like a state level question here. And what I know is that Vermont has done a lot of math work in the past, and the math educators that we have that have had that experience are really well trained in mathematics. And I do know that Cognia and Vermont Agency of Education have made reference to changes in the assessment specific to the 4th grade component around that. So what I don't know is, you know, what do we attribute to that versus what do we hold ourselves accountable to versus that's what we're trying to parse out. And we're not ignoring any of it or excusing any of it in that process. But there's an obvious trend after 2 years that 4th grade in the entire state is much lower than any other grade at the state level as well as in our district.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think I heard, I can't remember which of you meant, but I should back up and say thank you. I think I say this every data presentation. As a scientist, I love seeing data and then interpreting. So thank you again. With the RenStar results, I think I heard you say, like, not only are we looking at achievement, we also have the opportunity to look at growth. And then I thought I heard something about like being able to like adjust what we're doing in the classroom. So we may have certain grades that are high achieving, but are showing relatively low growth or vice versa. And so I'm curious, what are some of those things that our teachers can do with the data? Sort of not in real time, but within, you know, the school year.
So I think Peggy Sue was here at one point, maybe in the last year, and you might remember a presentation she had with blue dots.
Yeah.
That's the growth data. And so what a teacher can do is they can look at their class and they can see students that are high achieving, low growth, which means that they're scoring really well in assessments, but they're not really growing. So a teacher might look at that and say, what can I do to challenge the student to move the needle in that sense, which is great because when we look at just achievement data, that conversation isn't necessarily prompted. as easily, right?
Mhm.
So, but then we can also look at our intervention students. So intervention students that are low achieving, we want to see them in the high growth, low achieving. We want them growing faster than average so that they don't just keep pace being behind 1 year all the time. So we can look at those intervention students, and we do this, the interventionists do this often. They look at that data to make sure that that student's behind in front of the average learning line. And that's a great indicator to us that we're doing it right. That student may still be achieving low, but they're growing at a faster rate, which is what they need to do to be able to get up to access that grade level content. And then we can look at all the students in between. And, you know, Peggy Sue has really utilized this data well to look at trends in student services and areas of disability and be able to identify different successes. So what's going on with this student that's going really well? How can I replicate it for a student that has similar needs? So there's a lot that a teacher can do with that data, and they're really fun conversations to have. And so it's kind of a simple data point that we can get out of RenStar pretty easily and have some really powerful conversations from it. And so, you know, Nick and I spend at least an hour a week kind of talking about how can we continue to push into this and go a little bit further with it and figure out ways to do it in other content areas and all of those things. So it's good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Jake, I want to come back to your question about were we using VTCAP or the statewide test when we were setting the goal? My brain is not entirely reliable, but I do actually think we were using RenStar, because I think if we go back to early 2023 or late 2022, when we were working on setting that goal, I don't think the board was looking at statewide data yet. I think you all were like really trying to cobble together your own assessments that you could show us so that you could have data presentations. We were still very new at looking at data way back then, 3+ years ago. So I don't know for sure, but I do actually think we were thinking more RenStar than we were statewide. I don't know how to go back and confirm that, but that when we saw these numbers, or when we are looking at RenStar here in front of us, that's just sparked my memory on that. And then I just have one more question for the two of you, which is actually going back to VTCAP, knowing that that's the best we have anyway, as far as like, how's our system doing? And knowing that one of the things that we're working on is closing any gaps that have to do with student lived experience and identities. Is there disproportionality, or are there gaps that the two of you can share that you're paying attention to and looking and digging into? Or yeah, what can you share with us on that?
We just talked about this like an hour ago. So our math work today with the administrative team was focused on equity and access to high quality mathematics instruction. Nick, I don't want to speak for him, but he was talking about some of the data that we were looking at with low socioeconomic status and how that equates to what we did with the administrative team today about looking for equitable access to high quality mathematics instruction. How can we take that data, not discrepancy, you don't like that word, that data difference, and how do we identify that and then turn that into an action? So we're pretty good about talking about it. We want to get more towards, okay, how do we address this in a concrete way? Hence the administrative team talking about what are the look fors when I go into a mathematics classroom that speak specifically to this that will impact student outcomes. That's kind of what we just had that conversation before this meeting.
Okay. Good. Thank you.
Can I speak to that too?
Yeah.
Because the equity committee has talked about getting together with the administrative team, and Mia and I were able to get together with you guys. I was a little anxious that it was a waste of everyone's time, though I don't think it was, but there are ways to, we were able to see different variables sort of get compared, different sort of categories of lived experience, socioeconomic status, Montpelier-Roxbury, like the way that I think the team, I don't know if everyone, I doubt everyone is aware, but the ability to compare sort of different people that are kind of coming from different places is absolutely there. We've often talked about this, and we've talked about how the numbers are so small for some of those groups, it's really hard to, they're too small, but the capacity to sort of look at some of those gaps is there. It was really impressive. It was a little overwhelming, frankly, to look at it because it was hard to know, like, you could break down 100 different categories and compare them, and you could have gone, you could have increased your knowledge by an inch over 4 hours because there's so many different categories that you could potentially look at. But the equity committee tried to get together again, discuss this, and like, how do we figure out how to help or support or sort of set goals? And it really is a question of looking across time. And so the ability to do this is there. And I think it was encouraging to see that it's possible to do, it's being done. And over time, I think it will help you learn a lot. Hopefully there are, the more you look at the data, the more you can see pockets of areas that really need sort of a different level of attention potentially than you might have recognized. Because I think that what happens in the classroom, which we discussed, was, a teacher recognizes a kid is having trouble with a particular skill, and immediately there's help for that skill, but that doesn't necessarily break out across all of these different sort of categories and ways of looking at how people's experience is affecting what's going on. That's not exactly what happens on a teacher to student level, I think. So that's something that the equity committee was able to do. And, thanks for letting us come and see that was possible. And I'll stop babbling. I did that too much then as well.
Thanks, Brett. Any further questions for Mike and Nick? All right. Thanks very much, guys.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to welcome Jody Emerson to the hot seat. Thanks for being here, Jody, to share with us the CVCC, the Career Center budget.
Scott keeps you informed, right? So there's not.
We know everything. We know everything.
Here we are again. I feel like we've done this several years in a row now, so you've probably already got most of it memorized. So I did try to cut it down a bit this year. But hi, I'm Jody Emerson, Superintendent Director of the Central Vermont Career Center. And this is the budget presentation I've been delivering this month, which is kind of nice. It was a little reprieve in December and moving it into January. You can go ahead. We'd like to start with a reminder of the mission and the fact that our core purpose is to support and prepare students to thrive as active members of the workforce in our society. And we do that through programs that prioritize rigorous, safe, and experiential learning. And I think that's something that if you have the opportunity to come and visit, you can see. We are working on an environment where our students can explore, learn, and grow. And that experiential learning in particular plays a crucial role in preparing our students for the workforce that they're excited about and the reason that they come to us. It allows them to apply their knowledge in real world settings, bridging the gap between theory and practice, both of which they get from us. And the next one is the goals, which have not changed from the board. So we are still trying to figure out a capacity issue and how we might do that. And the way that we're currently doing that in post bond vote is I get to meet every Monday with a facilities work group that only has one member of the board. And it's a whole new group of people who were vocal on Front Porch Forum, who are helping us go right back through all of the things that we did kind of at a speed pace to try to get to, is there another thing that could meet the needs in the same way? Are there alternatives that are possible? So the goal of that committee is to present to the Central Vermont Career Center board in April, the beginning of April, with what they propose to move forward with. So as you may have seen in the Times Argus on the 1st of January, that could lead to a bond vote again. It might not. So we don't know where that's going to go yet. We just completed the needs assessment piece of that. We're also working on communication, which our comprehensive local needs assessment team has informed us is something that we clearly need. That although there's plenty of communication that I do, there are lots of folks that are just not getting reached. And so trying to figure out a strategic way to communicate with our 18 towns. And then finally, strengthening our programs year after year and just trying to improve and make sure we're hitting the mark with what students need. The things that impact the budget don't change a lot, and they're not a lot different than yours. Healthcare increases, salary increases, the dental increase this year. Our billing is different, as I said before in front of this person, so I think you're all pretty aware. We work on a 6 semester average, and I was actually just checking that because I saw in your budget presentation, it said an increase in our tuition and an increase in 6 semester average, and actually our 6 semester average from you has gone down just a tiny smidge. But the tuition is going to go up a little bit. We're looking at how do we utilize the space that we have at Spalding. I have been told that there is no more space there for us. I've also been told there's no space here. Not that there isn't potential space in other schools in the districts, and it could be in this district as well. But we can look into that in the future. I think collaboration is going to be a key for all of us moving forward to try to figure out how do we navigate whatever comes from wherever it comes from. And there's always the increase in supply costs as well, which is a little different. Our supplies compared to yours, the steel especially is pretty expensive for welding. And that program is doing great. We budget for a discrepancy in headcount. I think the easiest way to say that is if, as we grow, it doesn't catch up for 3 years, right? So that means if we have 100 students, just for simplicity, and we grow to 200, it's going to take 3 years before we can bill for those 200. We can still budget for those 200, but we can only bill on that 6 semester average. And so it means the tuition looks a lot higher than it would if we were billing across for the same amount of money. So trying to think about that in a way that makes sense and trying to figure out how do we grow the right way and make sure that we provide access to students. So we're trying to be flexible and adjustable in some of the budgeting and try to guesstimate it. And sometimes you have to move things around a little bit in our budget, but not a whole lot. I think this year we actually nailed it. We won't owe anyone anything. The last 2 years we've gotten to credit our sending school some, so that might be where the increase is actually, is that there won't be a credit this year coming forward. On the next one, again, salary, benefits, those are the costs that are the biggest. And so you can see that in the object budget. You can see that our budget, which is up 7% from last year, $5,472,467. It's up about $360,000. That's what 7% of that our FY26 budget is. So yes, it's 7% up, but it's also a smaller budget than a lot of you get to deal with in our sending schools. And the next one is just by the same thing by function. So you can kind of look at it a little differently. Where are those funds going? And I know you have the same in your presentation, except you also have it broken out so people can read that. We can provide that if needed. The next slide. Is it out of order on yours than mine? Should be on the enrollment one. There you go.
Got it.
It is out of order a little bit. That's interesting.
I pulled up the one you emailed me.
Yeah, it's weird. Yeah, it's fine. I just need to make sure I'm paying attention. So this one, we just like to show you where our students, interestingly enough, that we will accept a number of students. And recently we've seen a few students over the summer change their minds. So we lose a few. If that program has a wait list, we just pull off of that wait list. If it doesn't, then you can see a decline. So for instance, baking arts looks really small this year. It has 5 students in it. We had accepted 9. And so we lost 4 over the summer and did not have a wait list to pull from. But other programs have wait lists that we never get to pull the students from. Electrical is an example of that, plumbing and heating, welding. This year, I think we did pull a student from automotive. That sometimes happens. So there's shifts that happen after we've accepted students, and that's part of the reason we carry a wait list. So anyone out there that gets waitlisted in the future, there's still a chance that you can get into a program if you're waitlisted. Also, the differences you can see in the bottom row, the totals. If you're looking, I'm just looking at FY25. It says the FTEs is 217 and the head count was 220. That means that we had 3 adults in the program that year, because they don't count in the same way. They don't count as our FTEs. They're billed differently. And so, and in FY25, we had 184.03 per 6 semester average. Next year, we could have, if we filled every single program, and that hasn't happened while I've been there, that we filled everyone. We could have up to 277 students, and that's with 5 co-op students for each of the programs that do co-op. And our anticipated 6 semester average is 198.2.
I have a
Yep.
clarifying question. Why did you separate baking and culinary into baking and baking and culinary back in FY25? And could you, for example, put them back together if you continue to have low enrollment in baking?
Yes, so they were separate before I got to the Career Center. Baking Arts used to be downtown Barry. They were pulled together because Baking Arts started to lose students. But we maintained 2 teachers with 14 students. It's the spaces that they're in together in the baking and culinary space. It's Baking Arts is actually in what used to be the culinary restaurant. So the space limits the number of students. So took them back apart to see, is there one program that's more preferred, and to see if we might build, if you start in baking, will you go to culinary or vice versa? So it was looking at that. And the thought that we might be able to put Baking Arts back out if we saw a rise in the numbers, so that would give more space and allow both of them to have more. I don't think it's feasible to continue, even if we put them back together with 2 teachers.
Right.
So it was a little bit of an experiment to see what's most feasible around that.
Okay.
And I think that will be something that the comprehensive local needs assessment team is going to talk about, and has sort of talked about a little bit this year.
That makes sense.
My question is about capacity. Like, what can you explain why, I from your prior presentations, it felt like to me like you were at capacity and there was more demand by a lot, and that's what necessitated maybe the new building. But in this, the head count is 60 under capacity.
We didn't have a capacity of 277 for this. We're adding early childhood next year, so that adds some capacity. So if every single program were filled, plus I had all of the co-op students I could potentially have, that's what our total capacity could be. So it's up from 241, and it's mostly because of the additional programming. There are some programs that there are limits on, and others that they're not, depending on the safety factors. So the heavies, the constructions, automotive, baking and culinary, those, because of the safety factors, are capped at 16. And then you're allowed to have more students, if you have the space for it, and you have a second instructor, or you have a lab assistant for some of that time. We use that extra, the 5 people extra, in programs like electrical or auto for our co-op students. Otherwise, we have to count them in the regular program, if that makes sense.
I think so.
So
It's
capacity
a little
is,
bit of shifting. We had a design and fabrication program that was off-site before, that we had a limit of 10 on. And we had an emergency services 2 program that also had that kind of a limit. When we didn't have either one of those last year, so that dropped our capacity. Looking ahead at next year, we're able to say 14 for early childhood, because we're going to probably utilize our bus And that's the number of seats we have available for students on the bus. And then the electrical program duplicating increases. So both of those are more than 10.
So capacity has something to do with the facility itself and how much space you
does,
have, and
yes.
some of it having to do with, like you said, safety issues and number of teachers or room on the bus.
Yep.
That kind of thing.
Yeah, the
Okay.
number of students we can have in electrical right now is limited, even though we have 2 instructors, to 20 in that space on a regular basis, because of the size of the space, the measurements of the room. If you look at we've been doing some work looking at facility stuff again, and it's interesting to see where we're at the state minimum and a couple of places where we're under the state minimum, and that's how it's impacting capacity. So the baking arts and culinary arts pieces that like we're under the minimum there. And so that impacts our ability to have a certain number of students in there. And we've been moving some classrooms around. So we moved medical professions from one room to another space, and we were able to increase capacity there. And then when she took CPT out, the phlebotomy, she was able to increase a little bit more because she doesn't have to do 30 live draws for X number of kids. So it's just transitioning and trying to right size programs that way. It's a little different than how you have to do it in your classrooms with your teachers.
Thank you.
Does that help? You can always follow up with more questions too. If you look at the priorities list, it was to make sure that we duplicated access in electrical, which was our highest demand program last year. We were able to expand ours just minutely this year, and we actually helped fill the Randolph program. We sent several students to Randolph for electrical. So this coming year, we should be able to take more of the students that are interested in. We still won't have space for all of them. And that's part of the issue too, is the demand isn't always where we have the programming. We are starting that new program of early childhood education. We did initially think we were going to put it at East Montpelier. With not knowing if Calais is going to close or stay open, we started looking at how can we move our programming around in our current space so that we have at least the classroom space out of the center. And there is benefits to keeping the students together at some points and having that center identity. And then they'll go out so they will be working with East Montpelier pre-K, for example. Twin Fields like raise their hand, yes, you come see ours too. So we're going to have those lab spaces with pre-Ks in our sending schools and local Head Starts, hopefully. And if anyone knows an early childhood educator who's looking for a job, we are hiring for that position so we can start building those relationships. That's available now from our Perkins funding. We need to update our dust collection system in building trades lab. And part of the reason for that is we're going to split that lab so that our second electrical program has a lab space. So we need to make sure there's not a lot of dust interfering with the electrical work that we'll be doing there. And we're going to continue working with that facilities work group and see what we can do. And there might be some costs associated with that as well. So we've kind of budgeted for that, but not as much as in architectural as we have in the past. The next one is the tuition, the current tuition, FY26, where we are amongst all of those. And when you look at our tuition, which is, I think, coming up in the next slide, if nobody else changed, we'd jump over 1, we'd still be in a similar range. So we expect we're going to be in the same space amongst the career centers when we get the FY27 from the rest of them, but we don't have that yet. Our sources of revenue come from the Voc Ed support grant, which is the basically off the top on behalf payment that comes directly from the Ed Fund to us for your students. Then there's some state tuition reduction grants. There's salary assistance for some of the positions. There's some revenue from adult tuition and some of the businesses like cosmetology and automotive. And then the rest is what is raised by the tuition that we bill back to our sending schools. So our expected tuition for next year, and actually it is what we've put into the state on the 15th, that's when it was due, $21,874. The amount that we would bill for your 6 semester FTEs is $10,366, which is a 4.9% increase to what we've billed directly in the past to you. And that's it. Hopefully a little shorter than in the past. Any other
Yeah.
questions?
Questions or comments for Jody?
You said, some of the programs that have more, risk that can be mitigated by I don't know if you said lab technician,
Lab
Or-
assistant,
lab assistant. Are graduates qualified to be lab assistants?
you have to have experience in industry. So they could be if they've been out in the field for a little bit and they come back and they could be, but not immediate graduates.
And do you have many positions that are open or remain open, or is it hard to find the right educators to support the programming or to retain them?
What's
Okay.
been difficult is when you come from industry into the Career Center to teach, you often are taking a pay cut and you have to take the apprenticeship program, which is what is specific to CTE teachers, and it's a 4-year program. So you come in and you get, instead of a provisional license, you get an apprenticeship license, and you take 4 years of classes at VTSU. So that means that you're immediately starting, if I'm able to hire in the spring for the next year, summer is your first class, and there's 3 to 4 years of classes. It's 24 credits, I believe. So every semester, those teachers are taking them. We do pay for that. That's part of the costs here, in full, because it's something that they have to do. There's no choice, and we recognize that they're often taking a pay cut. So there are teachers who are people who are potentially interested, and when they learn that, they're not so interested. Many of them chose not to go to college for a reason, and they don't want to now. Some of them do feel better about it once they learn about it. So our plumbing teacher is retiring this year. He's been with us for 2 years full-time. But that process was part of the reason that he decided that, yeah, I'm ready to retire. He'll be teaching in the adult ed program at Hartford, which is closer to where he lives, but he's not gonna go through the process of getting that teaching license. So
Really
it
committed.
can be a barrier. I think that I've seen that struggle in a few more places, more so than us, but
And
it's sometimes
those
a barrier.
folks that you have are pretty darn committed to what they're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. And they're very excited about it. And you can see that if you watch our board meetings, when there's a program presentation, the enthusiasm that comes through is pretty amazing. And so that's great. We do have some openings. So we have the plumbing position open for next year. We do have the early childhood one open, and it's open now. We would like to get that person on board now to start building the relationships with the potential lab spaces, making sure they build the curriculum, going down to Wyndham where they have a really good program and learning from that instructor, and maybe starting on some coursework too, if they need it. Not everyone does. Sometimes people come in and they have a teaching license already, or they've had different stuff that they only need one class. So sometimes that works out. We're looking for an assistant director of adult education. We signed on with District 6 and 8 EMS. And so we have year-round adult ed classes that are funded by an emergency services grant. And we're going to need someone who can and has the capacity to do that. This year we have a half-time co-op coordinator and a half-time adult ed coordinator, and it's just too much. It's really more than one job. So they're going to be full-time co-op coordinator next year, and we're hiring that assistant. But that's not part of our student budget. So that wasn't part of the budget priorities, because that's the adult ed portion that comes in a different section.
All right. Thanks, Jody.
Thank you. Have a good night.
Appreciate your time.
Thanks, Jody.
Speaking of budgets, time to talk about ours.
What budget?
Cold in here, yeah.
It is getting a little chilly.
Okay.
Yeah,
Just making sure it's
not just you.
the nose is cold. Okay. So we have quick slides today, just so the public can see where we are. Look at that beautiful smile. Love it. So we are at the end of our budget season. The board needs to approve a budget warning very soon, so we can get it to our
Right.
town clerks.
Yes.
Just a quick glossary of terms that we always have in here so people can look back with all this jargon that we're gonna talk about. And the budget, we still don't know the final negotiated agreements or contract negotiations with our teachers or our instructional assistants. We're in negotiations with both of those groups right now. And here's just the budget at a glance. And it hasn't changed a whole lot. This is before the CLA. As we talked about, these are the pieces of getting to the adjusted equalized residential tax rate from the schools prior to the CLA. So it shows a decrease of 1.43% overall, once you go through the entire equation here. Just a reminder that the CLA is ensuring that the town pays their fair share of taxes. And that Roxbury's last appraisal was in 2022 and Montpelier's was in 2023. And the CLA drastically impacts the tax rate after we get to the education and finance. And in this case, the yellow is the CLA at the bottom there. And Montpelier's CLA is 122.27%, making their residential tax rate with the CLA $1.31, which is about up a little less than 4 cents. And then Roxbury CLA is 94.8%, making their residential tax rate with the CLA $1.685, which may be a typo here because that says the same thing. I need to check that out. Hold on. I need to, because this is the same number.
Notice that there's a 0 in front of the 3.8.
Geez, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
It just threw me for a loop out there. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So it's nearly a 40 cents. That was like, that's not right. So it's nearly a 48 cents.
You almost gave me a heart attack, Libby.
It's like, what?
We're just making sure Mike's paying attention.
Right?
He's on Zoom.
Yes. Sorry about that. I just was looking at it and couldn't see that, which is a 29% increase, unfortunately. So that is where we are right now with the budget. So what the board has the warning language that you can consider as well.
Well, I will go ahead and lift up the question that came from public comment, which is, given that there's no notes to give context to the savings that are identified on slide 31, the line by line budget expenditures, student support and staff support. Is there any more context that you or Mike could provide?
Yeah, that's just staffing realignment within our system that equates to some savings for next year's budget, as well as we're thinking about how state and federal grants are used with the inconsistent messaging from the state, from the feds, in terms of professional learning and how we're using Title II funds in particular, not wanting to put positions in them. And so putting more professional learning there, which wouldn't be an expenditure, right? Because this is an expenditure side. Mike, I don't know if this is actually where it would show up, so Mike can talk to it better. But I'm wondering if that's part of the Medicaid as well, Mike. We moved some things around because of our Medicaid fund balance that we had.
Yeah, so in regards to Title II, you're spot on. We did not put Title II grant money in there. So the individual that's fully funded in the year that we're in would be locally funded next year, as an example.
Okay, so in doing that, we reduced what we usually spend in professional learning because Title II is dedicated to professional learning.
Okay. And then just to get back to what that, I don't know where it is in the appendix here, but you've shown it many times, the priorities that the administration and the board have. I don't know where it is, but those changes to the budget, my question is, or like confirmation that those changes to those line items aren't going to impact any of those priority areas, particularly since we're talking about student support. I just want to make sure.
The administration does not believe it will.
Yeah, okay. Any other questions on the budget? And just to, as we're setting the context for the conversation tonight, the warning, if you pull up the warning, the number in the warning right now as drafted is $34,469,275, which is the
Total budget.
total budget. And then, but before any, right, before any of the non-tax revenues are factored in.
Yep, statutorily, Mia, we have to list
Yep.
what we're gonna spend regardless of what the ed spending net number
Right.
is. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
But then the other number in the warning, which I think is beneficial to us, is the per pupil spending of 14,885.51, and then shows that it's just a 0.6 increase in per pupil spending.
Correct.
Is that the, whatever the new long-term, what's?
That's after that's
Spending
factored
per
in.
Long-term weighted average daily membership.
Mhm.
Yes.
So it's not really per pupil.
Right. I actually
It's-
did that math,
it-
per pupil's around 23,000. But so if you're talking about butts and seats.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have about 1,200, I think, enrollment, give or take a few here. So, and then the weightings on those students
Yep.
gets us to 1909, basically 1910.
And is that what is that language required per pupil, even though it's not really per pupil?
Yes.
Okay.
But I think the way it's written is education spending per LTW ADM.
Right,
Is
that's
that-
what's in the spreadsheet. Yes.
But not
No,
in the
I-
article that's gonna go before the voters.
What's in the warning, though? I can't remember what.
It says per pupil in the warning.
Maybe we want to modify that, Libby. I just thought about that. That's that.
We can't
what-
modify it, it's in law.
Oh, it's in law. Okay. Oh, because it's per
Well,
pupil,
we
not
still
each.
may wanna modify it.
Well, hold on, but it's not each.
Per pupil, which pupil under education
Yeah.
finances, LTW, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's, yep. Not equalized pupil, but per pupil. That makes sense. Yep.
All right, Tim.
Thanks. So I sent board members around a proposal to consider our annual contribution to the capital fund. Talked about it a little bit last meeting at our operations committee meeting as well. And I wanted to ask the board to reconsider or to think about it one more time and consider putting it back in the budget. I am always struck every year when I think about the state's pension needs and about how much it takes to fund, for example, the teacher's pension on a year-over-year basis. And it's about $44 million this year. What we need from the state this year is $235 million to make up for past decisions to sort of not fund at the recommended levels. To kind of say, well, it's probably enough this year, or we can take it from somewhere else and not fund it. And so I'm always struck by decisions to not use ongoing dollars to kind of fund ongoing needs. And the fact that they can often drive much more substantial costs on a long-term basis. I just happen to see that directly because of what I do for a living every day. So what I see with the capital fund investments that we make every year with ongoing dollars, we've been doing it, Libby, I think you said we've been doing it since as long as you've been here. We used to warn it, and it was always widely supported by the voters, even when the budget wasn't that idea was voted, that would pass. And I think making those investments, steady annual investments, they're allowing us to both, through Mike's prudent management, earn some interest. They're allowing us to, when we have a big project like the windows, not to have to go out to bond. And from my end, it's a very prudent action we've been taking as a district that is setting us up now and in the future for success. So last board meeting, when we talked about stopping that practice and using a different, instead of using current budget funds, using fund balance to cover it for the year, that concerns me a lot. You know, when I saw the in the slide deck, I can't remember the slide, Libby, but on the capital fund projection, it looks like next year there's a projection to put 340,000 in. So we're zero, the idea would be to zero out this year's, but then somehow put 340 in next year. Well, we've just dug ourselves a hole. That would be a substantial cost pressure on the budget to go from 0 to 340 next year. So, you know, these kind of buy downs, I think are exactly what actually Mia and Libby rightfully called out in the op-ed you wrote with sort of the approach the state is taking to taxes, kind of use other funds to buy it down for the current year. It's going to pop back. And what I would propose is that we either, if we think 285 is a magic number to reduce the budget by, I would ask the board if maybe we could support either challenging the administration to find some cuts and actually reduce the spending instead of pulling it from the fund balance. Or we simply put the 285 or something close to it back in the budget. And if we want to revisit our capital funding policy or practice, because I don't think we have a formal policy, but if we want to revisit that longstanding practice, I think doing it in a little bit more of a deliberate fashion, kind of maybe starting at the committee level and then kind of taking our time with it, would make a little bit more sense than sort of quickly doing it at a meeting. You know, I really appreciated all the sentiment behind, you know, seeing the impact of the CLA on Roxbury, and that's substantial. And like, I totally see the impulse behind trying to do something, but I think that's the wrong move. And I think there are opportunities to that we don't have to decide tonight to actually find ways to deliver value to the town that would be both more budget, like less impact on the budget and more impactful. So that's my pitch. I sent out to everybody sort of the reasons more in depth why I kind of think the way I think, and I know Casey sent some thoughts as well, similarly. And so I would ask, you know, I'm flexible about the approach. Like, I don't think I'm wed to one specific approach, but it is pretty important to me to maintain that funding discipline, because I think it's really served us well, and it's gonna, that first one's always easy. It's hard to turn it around. I think there's story after story you hear of public finance of taking a break from a disciplined approach and then having a hard time turning it back around and paying long-term costs for it. So that would be my ask for board members to consider, and happy to answer any other questions about it.
Let's discuss. It's not a formal motion. You don't have to make a formal motion, but Tim's pitch of putting some money back in to the line of the capital fund, capital plan line, the second line down on the spreadsheet. Right now, the proposal is 0. And so to put some money back in there. Maybe it's the 285 that we had in there last week or last meeting. Maybe it's something else. Thoughts from other board members?
I agree with Tim. You know, I'm worried about FY28. A lot of great accounting happened this year. You know, finding Mike and Nick finding the students was huge, and that was kind of a one-time event.
Making our student LTW-ATM more
More
accurate.
More accurate.
We hadn't lost them.
We weren't hiding in
We're
closets.
just making that more accurate.
A more, and I don't know if it's gonna get more accurate next year again. I think that is probably a one-time event. And I think that Mike Concessi's work on special ed, I don't know if that is gonna get even more accurate next year. I think that's a one-time event. So these one-time events are kind of lining up the wrong way. I mean, good for now, but bad for next year. And so I agree with Tim. I think that we should put the 285 back. And I'm wondering, and then one more thing that I would point out is that, all of our estimates here don't account for state buy down, which seems like it's gonna be quite significant.
Right.
So, we have an opportunity to budget better while they budget worse. So I think that's what we should do. And if there are other ways to help out Roxbury, I don't know if we need to decide on them now, but I would be interested in exploring them in the future for sure.
Thanks, Jake. Other thoughts? Scott?
Yeah, so actually, Tim, you mentioned the email that Casey sent. I quickly followed up this morning with Casey. I asked her if she wasn't gonna be here, if she wanted us to read the email in the meeting or not, and we can. I'm happy to do the reading or not, but I think it's clear that she also supported what Tim was saying. We had a very lively conversation in our last in our last operations meeting, which ended in a nice little love fest. I think you missed that piece, Libby, but
Bad for you.
yeah.
It's a bummer.
The lady leaves.
Yeah, right.
Might as well play.
But
Casey was
I
there.
think
Casey was still there.
Scott said he loves Tim more than he loves me.
no, that's not true. I love everyone. In any case, I think what's
We are getting a
clear.
recorded meeting, guys. Okay.
I think what's clear is that we, on the operations committee, unanimously support, and I think I'll use Casey's words. Our guiding principle of maintaining steady investment in the capital plan is important for the long-term health of the district and may prevent the creation of even higher costs down the road. So I don't know that now's the time, but I do think we should develop a practice or maybe even put it in policy that we have a 1% of our budget. At least that's the starting point for our
Like the
capital
floor.
plan. And so whatever the number is, 285 is lower than 1%. But so, yeah, I don't know what the number is, but I think we should at least start with that 1% and then go from there, and zeroing it out, as Tim put it, might not be the best approach.
I think we should add it back in. Kind of our safety net. Crisis.
It's not I wanna be clear, that's not our safety net for crisis, so I just wanna be clear for everybody.
Well, I mean, if the
That's a
roof
facilities
suddenly
one time,
Blows off.
but we decided to use the capital plan for the roof, that was not,
Okay.
it's not an emergency account for facilities. It's for one-time big projects, I just don't want the public to have the wrong idea of what we use that fund for.
Yeah, thanks for clarifying that.
I had one other question. I know that the playground, we're in middle school playground, we're paying out of the fund balance, I believe.
Well,
And not
there's-
the budget.
There is, right, capital plan, there's 200 in the capital plan right now, planned
okay.
to spend on the middle school playground.
Right. Are there any other like potential one-time costs that we could pay for with fund balance rather than budget?
Off the top of my head. No, the windows are like the primary thing in my head right now. That we've talked about.
I think the only other thing that, Tom, remember we had talked about the boiler pumps? That was another thing that Tom was looking at. I think
Yes,
it didn't make.
You're right, yeah.
But there was like, the boiler pumps was part of what he was looking at.
I think an important thing to consider is that those conversations, in my opinion, are better had in like April or May, when we're towards the end of the budget cycle. We have a better idea of what the dollar yield is actually gonna be. And then if we determine that we are going to have funds, then we have a thoughtful conversation about what are those one-time expenses that we could use that money for.
Oh, you mean like before the end of this fiscal year? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, like if we are going to draw down from our fund balance, to not conflate that conversation with the budget conversation.
I
that we're
see what
having
you're saying.
right now.
Okay, thank you. For the
we'll
clarification.
have a lot less uncertainty in May than we have right now. In my opinion, on both, that is.
Any other discussion?
I mean, I lean towards putting it back in. The relief to Roxbury is pretty minor. I think it's prudent to. I mean, I was one of the people who initiated the capital, plan balance in the first place. For this reason. For conversations in April when I will not be here, I think a good discussion about kind of the future of our buildings in our district is key. Certainly, right now is, I think, a good short-term decision to maintain that, but we have some facilities issue, including, this building right now that no one wants to invest in because it's in a floodplain, but we don't have another option. That I think we need to have some pretty big discussions about without the fiction that the legislature is gonna come in with some grand education fix, it's gonna make it all better.
Well, I would, if I could say, Tim was kind and forward thinking to put some numbers in his communication with the board, and the change for Roxbury would go from a 30.64% increase to a 29.31% increase. And the change to Montpelier's tax rate would be a 4.03% increase to a 2.96% increase. So it's proportionally a much more affects Montpelier. But I do hope to keep the original intention in the foresight of the board, and I know that the fund balance, if I'm saying things correctly, because I always confuse it, has to be used for educational purposes. And I know that the transition of RBS to Roxbury is a really long and drawn out process. The Roxbury Select Board doesn't have a cadre of experts like the district does. It takes a lot more. It takes time to get complicated things done because people have full-time jobs and they're trying to run a small town. And so I wonder if the lease conversation can come before the board on the agenda. I don't know what that looks like, or I don't know in what general terms that lease conversation can come before the board, because I don't know that the details of a lease necessarily need to be sort of hatched out in a board conversation, but it's generally the lease. Hopefully, if the transition occurs and there is a lease and there is a sort of a tentative agreement or some reasonable ideas, if that can kind of come in before the board, and that then the intention of this original act can sort of come back before the board. Does that seem reasonable?
It's certainly something the board can discuss. Yeah. I don't
Because it
think we
does-
have to discuss it tonight, but
Right.
it's something that we
Yeah.
could discuss.
But it does feel like there may be a way to revisit the intentions at that time. In a way.
Any other thoughts? So Libby, could you pull up the calculator spreadsheet? So we can take a look and see what those numbers look like then. Please.
I'm just gonna make this bigger so they can see.
That's great.
No, they can't see it all.
Those are the most important ones.
Go ahead.
So I guess let's start with 285. So then, just so that we have it correct, the numbers on the warning would be the 34,754,275.
And 6.5% increase.
And the LTW is $15,034.73. I actually, hold on, reading the warning again. It only does this percent increase on per pupil.
Correct.
So that is
1.61.
1.61%. So just so that's what we would be working with if it was 285. Are folks comfortable with that, or do we want to take a look at what a slightly smaller contribution would look like?
And just for background, the 285 came from when we were talking in operations committee, that was 270 having been where we were before.
Mhm.
Roughly inflation. I think we were kind of maybe even a little low on inflation of 3%.
Mhm.
Does that feel right? I think that's where we came up with 285. That just so folks know where that number came from.
Well, it looks like it's an increase of 5.5% over last year's contribution.
Last year was 270.
You can see on that far right column, the difference is 15,000, which is a 5.56%.
I think I need glasses.
It's 5.56%.
Okay.
I think
So-
we started saying what would 1%
All right.
be, and it was whatever 34, 340,000. I think Casey said that something like, well, why don't we like ease our way towards that 1%?
Okay.
And so I think
That's
that's where
right.
we went.
I
with
see.
285.
Yeah.
It was more than 270, but not all the way to 340
Thank you.
or whatever the
My bad.
1% was.
If you want, also board members, you can pull up the calculator on your devices. If you go into the slides from Libby's board presentation and click on that, you can have it on your own screen if you
Yeah, because
want.
did you say that the new quote unquote per pupil rate would be 1.6 higher? Because that's 1% jump from
Yes, that's
just
what,
adding.
yes.
Michael said about?
Yeah, I was just want to make a comment. I think the 1% came from, you're right. Originally, the 34,500 was just too much, right? And I thought we settled at 1% of the ed spend amount. That's where I thought that 285 came from.
Oh, okay.
Well, we all have different recollections.
This is right.
But it
Was it Renstar or was it the
was it-
statewide?
yeah, exactly.
Back in 2022. Does anyone want to see what a different number would look like?
I can imagine what it would look like.
You can, the rest of us might not be able to
Okay.
though.
What increase is it now? 1 point? What's the increase? 1.1?
Will increase
So
the
that-
per pupil increase as it stands right now is 1.61%.
I mean, it's such tiny fractions, but what does 270 look like?
Yeah, let's see. Keeping it level. So that's a 1.5%. It only brought the per pupil increase down by 0.06%. And it still kept the per pupil spending just north of $15,000.
What's in the fund now? Do you know off the top of
In the capital fund,
Yeah.
capital plan?
your
I think I have to find it, just like
It's
you.
in that on that slide.
Oh, here.
What is in the plan right now is 300 after this school year. After, at the end of this school year, will be 341,116. That's with spending money on spending 750,000 on windows, 23,000 on flooring, 500,000 on MSMS windows, and 119 on science wing flooring.
Which are all just estimates and just like, I don't call it aspirational, but it's not, none of that is set in stone.
Science wing flooring has already happened. Happened this
Oh,
summer.
that's already been done.
Yes.
Okay, so that's the 23,000.
No, that's the 119,000.
Oh, the flooring and LED lighting and
Yeah.
the science wing. Okay, so 120 of it has already happened.
the bids are still out for the windows. I don't think.
Oh,
we're gonna-
as well as, sorry, Tim, I didn't mean to interrupt you, I just
Oh.
saw that, MSMS kitchen windows and cafe floor, that's already been spent as well, 45,000, 44, 593.
So about 165 of planned spending this fiscal
I-
year has already happened.
I think all the three numbers that don't end in 000. So
Oh, good point.
yeah, I think those are accurate, meaning they're complete, and that's why Tom and I put those real values in there. Really, it's only the windows that are not yet done. All that stuff was done over the summer before school opened.
Got it. Thank you, Mike. Thank you.
Yep.
Is there a timeline on the Windows bids?
Yeah, the bids are out now, so they'll come back, make some decisions.
Within the month, right?
Like, we're pretty soon. Yeah.
In February.
And we have it on the calendar sometime in,
I think it's the second February meeting, I
Yeah.
would say.
so pretty soon for the board to see what those are.
That's exciting.
Yeah,
Hopefully, if they come back.
yep. The second February meeting. So let's make a decision, folks. Right now, we've looked at $0 into the capital plan, but I'm not really hearing any advocacy for that tonight. We've seen 285 and we've seen 270.
200.
You want to see what 200 looks like?
Yeah.
99.99.
I do feel a little bit like Bob Barker right now. So that brings the per pupil spending down just below $15,000. And the increase in per pupil spending from last year to this year is up 1.3%. And the total budget we'd be warning is $34,669,275.
I think when I look at sort of the past, 22, we were at 250, 23, we were at 260, 24, we were at 270. And then it looks like at 25, we stayed on 270 and I think kind of keeping that sort of incremental increase, again, it's like no sudden movements. I don't want to get to a place where it's like, everything's, we need to put a lot in because one thing or another didn't break the right way. And like Jake was talking about, we are getting that sort of buffer we had with our revenue projection model that we used before isn't going to be there anymore. So, I mean, I'd support 270. I think my preference, looking at 340 next year, part of me would want to go like halfway there to moderate that increase, so like up to 305, but I think 285, 270, I'd support either of those. I prefer 285, but at that point, we're quibbling, I don't think that's not meaningful.
Yeah, I mean, I said before, I think pegging it to our budget makes sense, and if we set it at 1%, then we should aim for that. So that would be
Of ed spending.
Oh,
I mean,
1% of ed spending.
that makes sense. Then we can every year know that, all right, we're gonna set it 1% of ed spending. And I think that's like roughly 285, 286, I think.
It's funny because the more we put in the capital plan, the more it changes the ed spend.
Mm-hmm.
So right now, yes, it's 286. Ed spending is 28,629,000.
For the projects we use it for, what's a reasonable amount to have in there? I mean, when you think of how we've used it year after year.
We don't.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Like-
really hard to say, I think. When you look at the slide on slide number 13.
Yeah.
And keeping in mind that in this current fiscal year, the board made the decision to shift a significant amount of the reserve fund, $1.5 million into the capital fund. So we brought it up from almost nothing now into a very healthy position because of that. And then this is just maintaining ongoing. I think it's very hard to answer that question personally, Lynn, because we didn't know in FY25 that we were gonna have to spend almost $500,000 to fix the roof. But it's good that we had that for that big infrastructure expenditure. And having something a very healthy capital plan right now gives us the opportunity to plan for those windows. Replacements that we've, as people have said, been talking about since I've joined the board, if maybe earlier than that.
Can I interrupt you for 1 second?
Yeah.
I'm getting somewhere the audio's gone.
Oh, okay. Can you hear us okay? Huh,
There was a loud record skipping sound that went on for 30 seconds.
whoa. Can the other Orca folks hear us okay? It's only 8:11. Thank you for.
I think, is Sam still online? They were online before.
Mike,
Sorry.
I'm getting it from Mike.
Oh, from
He
Mike.
can't hear us.
I
Well,
can hear just fine. I didn't
Okay.
hear anything like that stopped the audio at all.
Oh, good.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Sam.
Sam.
Thanks,
And
Sam.
maybe it's just Mike.
Might just be Michael.
So I did a really quick calculation, not including FY26. The prior 6 years, the averages of expenditures out of our capital plan was 283,
Oh,
which is awfully close to 286.
uh-huh. Okay.
To answer your question.
Thank you. Yeah, that's good. Thanks,
Makes
Scott.
sense.
Mia, do you need a motion?
Well, I mean, we moved to vote on the budget, the final budget, so I think we just need to decide on what the capital plan amount is gonna be, and then we'll move that total budget. We'll move to pass the budget.
Can I make a straw motion for 285?
Sure. Yeah,
And
let's see.
Try and move it around.
Is there anyone who objects to 285? Let's go with that. All right. 285.
So then if you change that back, and Libby, I don't have control, otherwise I'll
She's
just change
doing
it.
it.
There we go.
She's got it.
So that number, where's the number that needs to go in the warning?
Total budget,
Total budget.
$34,754,275.
And then the 1.61.
Well, it's the $15,034.73 per pupil, which represents a 1.61% increase from last year. Those are the numbers that would go into the warning.
So can I just move that?
First,
Draft warning.
First, we pass the budget.
Or the budget.
First, we move the budget and vote on that, and then we pass the warning.
Alright, so then I wanna move the budget as is currently on our budget at a glance calculator.
At 8:14 PM. Screenshot.
Oh, we got Casey back.
The general budget of
Great.
34,469,275.
Wait,
No.
nope. You did that pre-capital plan. You just did top. Do the third row, total budget.
34,754,275 and 0.
Okay,
Where is that?
that's the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Casey's voting yes. Great. Well, welcome, Casey. So glad
Thanks
you could
all.
join us. All the way from California. Thanks for making the effort to be here. Okay, so then the warning, we need to move and vote on the warning. Do you have a motion to approve the warning?
Do we
So-
need to
We
read?
need to
Do we
read
need
it.
to
We just have to make sure the number in there is correct. We should state out loud the new number. The three new numbers, and then that will be okay. All the rest of the language is gonna stay the same.
Okay.
I move we approve the warning for the 2026 annual meeting reflecting in Article 3. $34,754,275. Reflecting the per pupil education spending of 15,034.73. which is a 1.61% higher than per pupil education spending for the current year.
Thank you, Jill. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Thanks, Scott. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, congratulations, everyone. We have a budget.
Right.
And thank you to everyone. Really heartfelt thank you. Libby, Mike, everybody for the work on that. And the next items are policy monitoring, before we wrap up for the evening. We have two here, and just as with the consent agenda, we generally take these as a package just to move them quickly. And of course, any board member can pull one out for discussion. We have policy monitoring reports for policy C5 firearms and C6 participation of home study students. Is there a motion to approve those monitoring reports?
So moved.
And a second.
One second.
Thank you both. Any discussion? All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, that passes. I don't think we have any further business, so motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Thank you. A second?
I
I think that's it. Any discussion about that?
I object, no.
All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? All right. Good night, everyone.
Is there a basketball game happening down there?